this? Like this?
Yeah.
It doesn't look nice.
You try the best. Let's see how it goes. But looks good.
You can leave your backpack also over there.
Okay, yeah, and I switch off microphone here.
Yes.
Yeah, here off. Yeah, because otherwise it would be a bit messy.
Yeah, it's switched off.
And your name would be good. So maybe you want to write it down yourself.
Okay.
Because we put that on the screen, so everyone knows you're awesome and you held it nice. So hopefully that will be okay.
Oh.
Yeah. What do you want to do? Yeah. Sorry.
That isn't different. Okay.
All right.
So this is a microphone.
Yeah,
I don't need anything.
That's for the streaming.
There are two microphones.
Basically, having this in the ear is extremely annoying.
Okay, so
I just put this in the pocket
okay.
and just hold it like this.
How do I switch it on?
Off, you need to switch it on, but it's still 10 minutes still to go. So
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Because I had a case like that, but I think your case was
Минуточку. Сессии мне распечатали 4 штуки. Мне, наверное, влом будет. Если останутся слоты, можешь еще закинуть куда-то. У меня дискашн есть. Да, но с другой стороны. світло і прикольно. Я тоже не люблю выступать. Кажется, я не люблю выступать, потому что я никогда не готовлюсь, и у меня всегда, знаешь, получается а-ля типа sales pitch. Хотя единственное, к чему я готовился, это когда я выступал на Яндекс, в гигантской конференции Яндекс, как она называется, там я что-то, Яндекс.Конф, вот это вот огромное, там когда гигантский там зал, там они снимали, и там просто 1000 людей, вот там я готовился, это я там скрипт есть еще. Был. Не, я в этом году не был, я был до ковида. А все ковидом заболели? Да? Ты была, да? Yeah, I guess we can start. So in this session, we're going to talk about marketing analytics in a cookieless world. And cookieless world is definitely a buzzword, but in this case, I will be talking more about different solutions that can be used to measure your marketing when old approaches are not viable anymore. So a little bit about myself. I am the CEO and founder of SegmentStream. So SegmentStream is a software as a service platform that actually tackles this problem for many years already. So we invest a lot in finding the best solution how we can help marketers to cope with the problem of being incapable to stitch the whole customer journey. So we all know that for a very, very long time, performance marketers heavily relied on cookies to stitch the whole customer journey. So we all know that a lot of companies still trying to do this, to understand where customer came from, what this customer did, how they swap between different devices. But this is what we found out, unfortunately, that knowing your customer's complete path to conversion is no longer possible. And we need to live in this reality. So we can spend hundreds of hours in investing in analytics, finding a solution to stitch the whole customer journey, but unfortunately, it's no longer possible. And it's not longer possible for many, many reasons. First of all, like the obvious reason is cross-device customer journey. So you start on one device and you buy from another device, and there is no technical possibility to stitch these two devices as they have absolutely different identifiers. But even within the same device, for example, you can have your iPhone, you can click on your Facebook ad. This Facebook ad gonna open in-app Facebook browser with its own set of cookies, and then you just switch to Safari or any other browser. Even within the same device, you have two different browsers, and this way, in your Google Analytics, you're gonna see two different visitors, and there is no technical possibility to stitch those journeys. Also, right now, we know that due to ITP, in some browsers, in Safari, for example, cookies expire after like 1 to 7 days, and a lot of clients have much longer decision-making cycle, and someone might click on the ad and buy within 8 days, and for you, it will be absolutely new visitor. In Google Analytics, it's going to be new visitor, and you will not be able to understand the original traffic source. Of course, more and more customers are now very sophisticated. They know about cookies. They can clean cookies, or they use private browsing, especially on mobile phones. And every time this customer comes to your website, it's just a new customer. So whatever statistics you see in your, and there are also other problems like tracking restrictions on iOS 14.5, GDPR cookie policies, when someone does not accept, give consent to track. So there are so many different issues, and any data that you see in your Google Analytics 4, and when someone asks you how many unique visitors do you have, like the data that you see in your Google Analytics overvalues the number of actual visitors you have. Those are just different distinct devices or browsers. So, and if we look at quite simple customer journey in this example, we can see that someone clicks on your ad from Facebook ads. They browse your website for a little bit, and then they decide that they want to browse their Instagram stories forward, and they just switch, like they find your website interesting, they just switch from in-app Instagram browser to just Safari or Chrome, and also do some stuff, maybe later, maybe not. And then later, they come home and Google for your brand, and they come from brand advertising from Google. And after that, in, for example, 9 or 10 days, they finally decide to come back and to make a purchase. And you can see that whatever, so what you're going to see in your Google Analytics is that someone came from like direct type in to your website and made a purchase. You will not be able to see anything that happened before, even if this interaction happened within the same device. So you can see that in first two scenarios, like the user changed browsers within the same device. So it was the same device, but browsers were the same. But in the last two interactions, you can see that device was the same, browser was the same, but due to ITP, cookies got erased after 7 days, and you again see an absolutely new user. So from this understanding, another understanding came out. So understanding true CPA, ROAS, revenue, conversions at the channel or campaign level is no longer possible using all technology. So whatever you see reported in your Google Analytics is far, far, far from the reality, far from the truth. This brings two main challenges. So challenge number one, which actually is quite huge, but there are some solutions to solve it. So like incorrect judgment about budget reallocation. You can look that your Google ads perform like 10 times better than Facebook ads or LinkedIn ads, and you know that this is not true, and a lot of marketers already found a way how to tackle this with A/B testing, incrementality testing, marketing mix modeling. Sometimes you can just, if you would be allowed to switch your Facebook ads, and you can see the drop in your sales across all the channels. So you already know that you cannot trust this data, and you cannot trust the numbers that you can see to make marketing decisions. But there is another huge problem that many people don't even think about, and it's not on the surface, that actually the conversions that you track on your website are used as feedback mechanisms for all your advertising platforms. So all advertising platforms under the hood currently use machine learning, and all the like most popular bid strategies like target CPA, maximize conversions, maximize conversion value, target ROAS, all these like strategies buy traffic for your website based on the conversions that you actually send to these platforms. And if you're gonna send this information, actually we can see that both Facebook and Google brought a valuable customer that eventually made a purchase, but you will not send any signals to these platforms, and these platforms would never know that this click was actually valuable. And these platforms will not buy more customers like this. So this is a huge problem that platforms just don't receive enough feedback, especially upper funnel campaigns, to make proper optimization and building lookalikes and target proper audience. And today I'm going to talk about new approach that we, as a company pioneering, and also I see a lot of companies already invest in this, is how actually conversion modeling can solve the problem. So what is conversion modeling? So first of all, conversion modeling, it's like modeling conversion. It's like when we're moving our attention from final conversions, when we already know that we cannot trust these final conversions because customer journey is not possible to stitch. Instead, we create this kind of synthetic fake conversions in some way that will model the reality. So in our case, we combine first-party behavioral data of the website, and we try to evaluate every session to understand the probability of each customer to buy in the future. And then if we see that this probability is high enough, if this behavior was sufficient enough, we create so-called modeled conversion, and then we send this conversion to Facebook, to Google, and also it can be used in advertising. So in this case, let's look at exactly the same customer journey, but from the perspective of modeled conversions. So you can see that initially customer clicked on your Facebook ad, and opened your website in a Facebook browser. And we see that this customer made some browsing, browsed few products, maybe added something to cart, maybe like checked their size, whatever. They did a lot of stuff. And based on the behavior, we're able to understand that this is really valuable behavior. This behavior shows the pattern that gives us understanding that this customer actually is our potential customer and has a very high probability to buy. For example, in this example, it's 58%. Then they switch to Chrome to continue browsing their Instagram stories. And then usually they just close this tab and open it on their desktop device. And we can see customer comes from your brand advertising from desktop. And again, they browse the website. They add something to cards or make some decisions. And eventually they buy 8 or 9 or 10 days later. So right now, before it was complete like black hole in your data. So you didn't see anything, you didn't send any data. But right now you can see this granular evaluation of the customer behavior. So we go from the user, which is not possible anymore because it's not possible to stitch customer journey, to like visit level. So it's actually, we evaluate each single session and we don't even care whether this is the same user or not. We look at each distinct session. And then the only challenge we have is to understand at which threshold this visit is actually valuable for our business. And of course, we can choose this threshold depending on our goals. If we have upper funnel strategy, if we want to drive as many customers to our website and we have a very long sales cycle, this threshold might be really, really low. For example, we consider like anyone who reaches at least like 5% probability to buy as a good, valuable visit, and we want advertising platforms to know about this. For shorter sales cycle, it might be higher. So in this particular case, we can define the threshold is 15%, and this way we create two modeled conversion. One will be created for Facebook visit, another will be created for Google visit. And of course, after that, we can use these conversions. Those conversions are not real, of course. Those conversions are completely synthetic. But we can use this conversion both for our analytics to understand how good are our marketing channels, and also we can send this to Facebook and to Google to make the optimization. So this way, like we can look at similar reports. So this is like something that you would probably be able to see in your any analytics tool based on, I don't know, last non-direct click or last click. You can see, for example, we've invested $10,000 on Google ads, we invested $10,000 on Facebook, and Google helped us to acquire 100 conversions and Facebook 20. And we can clearly see that Facebook is underperforming, like Google is 5 times better. Yeah? And probably you're gonna see this in your Google Analytics, but no one trusts this data. Yeah? And what you are able to do with model conversion. So model conversion can be actually be as like just a synthetic event in your Google Analytics 4. It can be done this way as well. You can see that we have another perspective to look at this channel. And when we look at model conversions, we can see that actually Google generated 200 model conversions. So Google generated 100 last click purchases, but 200 valuable visits. And by valuable visit, we mean the probability reached, for example, 15%. And Facebook generated 240. And this way we can see that Facebook is even more valuable for us as a channel to drive valuable visits than Google. And we can readjust our marketing strategy. But what is more important, it's not only about the analytics itself, it's also actionable because all these signals can be sent back to Facebook for optimization and buying more and more traffic like this. Some example use cases, of course, some of those I already showed. So first of all, cross-device customer journey. So with last click, if you're gonna have someone from Facebook who then buys from another device, you will see that everything gonna be attributed to the last click. Facebook gonna get 0. With modeled conversions, you will see that if threshold is big enough, you're gonna get at least 2 modeled conversions. And of course, like modeled conversions are not equal to real conversions. So you can see that in first case, you've got only 1 conversion. In second case, you've got 2 conversions. It doesn't matter. So absolute numbers do not matter. What matters for us is just the relative distribution of conversions between channels. Another use case is ITP limitation. So you can see we have journeys within the same device. But the problem with the customer journey is there are more than 7 days between clicks. So this way, again, we see the same picture. The whole like 100% of value is attributed to the last closing channel, while the initial channel doesn't get any information about the value of the conversion. So in model conversions, again, we see that value will be attributed to both interactions depending on the incremental value of each visit in terms of how a particular visitor behaved. But imagine we don't even have ITP problems. We don't have cross-device problems. Like imagine someone comes from Google Chrome, cookies live forever. Like we're in this ideal situation. Still, there are some problems with optimization and long sales cycles. So for many businesses, conversion doesn't happen immediately after the click. For some businesses, there might be like, especially for B2B businesses, especially for expensive product, for fashion, it can be up to, for example, 30 days after the click before you get the conversion. And the biggest problem that once you've launched a new campaign on Google Ads, you would need to wait the whole attribution window to understand whether your campaign was actually good or not. So, and your Google campaign or Facebook campaign will be able to optimize properly only after you wait the whole attribution period. And the biggest problem that many companies don't even have campaigns running. Of course, you have some permanent campaigns which are running all the time, but some businesses just have these flight campaigns. They run some campaign just for 30 days, for 2 weeks. And sometimes they're not even able to understand whether this campaign is good or not, whether some changes are required before this campaign is actually ended. And you can do this only retrospectively. What differentiates modeled conversion from real conversion is that you don't need to wait. So the idea is that someone clicks on your ad from Google Ads, you immediately understand the incremental impact. And for example, you predict that probability to buy within the next 30 days will be like 15%. And you immediately fire your model conversion. And Google immediately can optimize and buy more and more and more like this. So you can optimize your advertising buying from day one instead of waiting for the whole attribution window to be completed. Another use case is actually you can increase your reach, you can scale. So especially it's very, very viable for social media advertising. So the problem with Facebook is sometimes you define that you want to buy as many conversions as possible based on last click, and you don't buy anything that does not convert. So actually you send back signals for Facebook only for those users who convert from the same browser, from the same device within 7 days. So this is like very, very tiny audience. And the problem is that all your competitors also target this particular audience. So it's very, very expensive to target this audience. And this audience is very limiting. You understand that at some point you already target everyone you can within this audience. What conversion modeling allows you to do is to send positive signals, not only about users who converted within the same cookie, but also for all valuable visits. This way, you can easily apply broad targeting or open targeting. I don't know, probably you've heard about this possibility on Facebook. You just remove all targeting segments. You just remove any segmentation. You just target everyone in Germany, and you let Facebook to build internal lookalike and decide whom to target or not. The only thing that you need to provide is a positive signal to train machine learning on Facebook. You just need to send, yes, this visit was crap, this visit was nice, this visit was like average, etc. So this will help you to reach this so-called blue ocean of visitors who actually make research on one device and buy on another device. Yeah, so how to measure results. So this is like the biggest issue of all solutions, because like you cannot rely on attribution, because we know we can start buying more and more traffic, but users will buy from another device. Users will buy from another cookies. And if we look in Google Analytics 4, we might not even see the difference. So the only way to measure this type of optimizations and any optimizations is actually to look at your CRM data. And actually, we had a nice discussion in the morning about geolocation-based testing. So probably this is the only way to test this kind of solution. So you just have 2 countries. You have UK, you have Germany. In UK, you keep optimizing based on final conversion tracked by your Facebook pixel. In Germany, you start using modeled conversions, or you can find similar geolocations within the same country. So there are many approaches. And then you see the dynamics, how your overall sales in this region change. Because when you use modeled conversions, it is not that it will always increase the number of conversions you see in Google Analytics based on cookies for this channel. In most cases, it's going to impact number of conversions you have from direct none, from organic channels, from brand campaigns, etc. So the only way to, what we suggest to do is keep optimizing campaigns and allocate budget between campaigns based on modeled conversions, but evaluate results based on your true CRM sales, without any attribution applied. Yeah, so overall advantages of conversion modeling, you can use, of course, modeled conversions for measurement, especially for upper funnel campaigns, where sometimes you see zero real conversions and you cannot make any decisions. You can use this for targeting. So especially it comes when you use smart bidding strategies, which are learned based on feedback signals. And of course, you can do proper optimization. You optimize not only for visitors who come from the same device and buy within 7 days, but you optimize for everyone who is actually your target audience and shows value in terms of behavior for your business. And this is a table where I've made a quick comparison between different approaches to measure marketing. Of course, there are some additional approaches. So, like, what we see most of the customers use either multi-touch attribution, or marketing mix modeling, or incrementality testing, or conversion modeling. So with multi-touch attribution, I guess everything is quite clear. So the biggest problem of multi-touch attribution is that it doesn't work for cross-device, it doesn't work for cross-browser, it doesn't help you with ITP. So actually, the limitation of being when it's not possible to stitch the whole customer journey is the biggest issue of multi-touch attribution. Always like closing channel is going to get value. Similar is true for incrementality testing. Even if you launch incrementality testing on Facebook or somewhere else, you launch ad for particular audience and you will not show for another audience. Still, in incrementality testing, in most cases, results are measured with some kind of attribution. So it's exactly the same issue here. With marketing mix modeling, so a lot of people right now try to implement marketing mix modeling for performance marketing. It's a horrible idea. So marketing mix modeling was created absolutely for a different reason, and it's definitely not the best way to measure your performance marketing. First of all, analysis latency is huge. Sometimes you need like 3-6 months of data to be able to compare similar periods, and if you want to account for seasonality, usually it's nice to have like multiple years of data. And granularity is very high. So like usually you can understand like channel level impact, like really huge spikes that really cause some effect, but there is no way to go on a campaign level, on design level, on ad group level. You will not see any significant changes even if you apply some improvements on your ads. But the biggest problem with marketing mix modeling is it's not actionable. Yes, you will be able to understand this performs well, this does not, but you are not able to send these conversions back to advertising platforms to leverage smart bidding and to buy better. So, with conversion modeling, like actually all these problems are solved. You have predictive analysis approach. Latency is usually just 1 day. You don't need to wait for the whole attribution period because you can fire conversion immediately. Historical data is of course required because otherwise you wouldn't be able to build a model, so at least a few weeks of behavioral data is required. It can be any level of granularity like with attribution, and it solves all cross-device, cross-browser problems because we do not rely on the whole customer journey. We look at each particular session separately. And of course you can export these conversions back to advertising platforms as a custom conversion and just use them for optimization. Yeah, I guess that's it. If you have any questions, I will be happy to answer. Here is my contact on LinkedIn, and yeah, thank you.
I have a question.
Do you need my microphone?
Come forward.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. So thank you
This one.
very much
I can use?
for the
Yeah.
presentation. My first question is your statement about ITP cookies, and it's not possible to track users. And I wonder if you took server-side tracking into consideration about user identification and HTTP-only cookies, which are not targeted by ITP. Is that something you considered when making that statement, or?
Once again, I'm not sure I've got the question.
In your comparison, there was like, if you go back some slides, there was one statement where you said it's not possible to identify the user if it's considered under the ruling of ITP caused by Safari browser. And for example, the server-side tag manager provided by Google is providing a solution, in my opinion, because it makes cookies very robust to being targeted by ITP. So I wonder if you took that into consideration when identification of users. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but I wonder how far the results are off to that measures currently being taken, and what you think about conversion modeling in GA4, for example. So if that's a solution or not, in your opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, so first of all, thank you for the question. So first of all, with regards to ITP, first of all, we need to understand that ITP is a technical limitation in your browser itself. So it doesn't matter how sophisticated is a platform that tries to solve the problem of ITP. Like if cookie is removed, it's removed. Of course, you can use server-side cookies, so there is some possibility to do. But again, most of the clicks that have like Facebook Click ID, Google Click ID are still removed by the browsers. And also another biggest problem that Facebook itself will not accept any conversions that happened more than 7 days. So Facebook itself implied a limitation that our maximum attribution window is 7 days. We will not accept anything. So even if you completely solve the ITP problem, you're going to put your server-side cookie, you're going to find a way how to tackle this problem. You're going to have a click, and then conversion happens after 7 days. You're going to send this conversion to Facebook. Facebook will not accept this conversion. Facebook will just say, it is outside the attribution window. We will not attribute it to you. With regards to the data that, I don't know, does anyone also have objection? Does anyone really trust the last click data that you have from Google Analytics 4, from attribution? Yeah, so it looks like no one actually trusts. Yeah, because even like if we talk about multi-touch attribution, like another bold statement that I want to say, multi-touch attribution is a new last click attribution. Does that make sense? It doesn't make any sense how sophisticated your like Markov chains or like algorithms that you implement or machine learning that still, if you are not able to stitch customer journey, you still rely on the very, very last part of the user journey. Even if there are like multiple touches within the same device, still you lose a lot of other interactions within other devices. So like how we tested this, some of our clients just, for example, for Christmas, they completely switched off Facebook. And they saw like a huge drop in conversions from organic, from direct, from brand, even though that Google didn't show this. Like Google Analytics 4 just showed that Facebook actually brings only 5% of the conversion. But they switched their whole Facebook ads, and they had like 50% drop. Yeah. What was the last question?
It was about, because one point you made was about cross-device journeys, right? So
Yeah.
users seeing lost. And I wonder, for example, any countermeasures like Google Signals in analytics.
Yeah, I know that Google Analytics 4 also says that they have modeled conversions. Yeah. So the idea is that I don't know how it works, and it's not possible for you to distinguish whether it's a modeled conversion or it's real conversion. What they say, at least in the documentation, that when you see conversions in Google Analytics 4, these conversions already include modeled conversions which were restored from the sessions where these conversions were lost. But I don't know. I don't have any technical information how this is implemented. If you implement like true conversion modeling, actually, it's not about just restoring lost conversions. It's not just creating a conversion when it was not observed due to cross-divide. But sometimes it's just finding a new micro-conversion which can be used when you don't have enough conversions. For example, you might not even have enough conversions to optimize properly. And you want to go a little bit up funnel to find some smart micro-conversions that will be highly correlated with your final conversion for optimization. So what I know about Google modeled conversions is only what is written in their documentation, and there is not much written there, unfortunately. Any other questions?
Okay. It was fun. So my question is around how we are going to track the visits. So for you to be able to track the visits, you should still rely on cookies, right? So without relying on cookies, how we are going to be able to track the visits and assign scores and then build predictive model based on which type of data?
Yeah, this is a great question. Actually, we use this question during our interviews when we try to find some good like product managers and BI analysts, and they say, oh, we understood your product, like we understood everything, we love your product. And I ask them this question, and they're like, we don't know. So yes, you're absolutely right. to train the model, we still rely on the journeys where we can observe the whole path. So we still have a fraction of journeys where conversion is not lost, where we can identify valuable patterns, and these patterns end up with a conversion that happens within the same cookie. And then we just apply this prediction, kind of extrapolate these learnings to all other channels. But the biggest advantage here is that we learn on your whole website data. We don't learn on channel data. We just take your absolutely all visits, absolutely all conversions, and we learn on this data. So usually it's quite a lot of data. And then we apply predictions based on this learning. But of course, some tweaks are required from data science, from machine learning to properly balance the learning set and to clean it. Unfortunately, I cannot share these details with you, not only because it's like confidential, but I don't understand this stuff myself. But of course, some feature cooking is required, so we properly mine features that can be used and cannot be used, and we remove all the outliers and sessions which are not valuable for training. But then we train on the data we have, and then we just extrapolate this for all other customer journeys once the pattern is identified. Thank you.
Adding to this question, can you recommend this conversion modeling for certain types of products, or where you say, okay, it's useful when the customer journey looks like this, or it's not useful when you have a customer journey like that?
Yeah, definitely. So we definitely recommend this for businesses that have complex customer journeys, when purchases are not like emotional, when you just came, oh, I want to buy this stuff, and you immediately buy, when like there is some consideration period involved. We definitely recommend it for all B2B companies. We use it ourselves because otherwise we wouldn't be able to target our audience. We recommend it for all e-commerce companies that have like big sales cycle, and also like average order size is quite significant. And also we recommend to companies that don't have enough conversions to leverage smart bidding strategies. For example, if you understand that you won't use smart bidding strategies, but when you go to Facebook to the ad group level and you see that you have only 10 conversions for this particular ad group, it says like limited learning, we cannot optimize. So you need more signals, more conversions, so model conversion can come to your rescue in this particular case, when you just don't have enough conversions.
But you need a certain amount of conversions to actually build your model on.
Yeah, but we build our model on your all conversions. But Facebook optimizes on ad level attributed conversions. So this is a big difference. So we learn on all customer journeys, even your direct non-customer journeys, like organic customer journeys. So we have, for example, we have a client that has 1,000 conversions per month. So it's enough to train. But they have only 2 conversions per month attributed to Facebook. For whole pay Facebook, not just like overall. So it's just impossible to optimize. Yeah, I guess that's it. So thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, we can start, I guess. So, hey, everyone, good day. Welcome to MeasureCamp, my second in this case. So I'm not going to waste too much time just presenting myself. My name is Alejandro. I work at HelloFresh since 3 years ago, and I'm the lead for all the digital tracking for all the countries, all the markets, and all the brands that we support on the group in this case. Basically, we are a meal kit delivery company, and we are present in all these countries that you see on the map here. But let's start. Basically, we wanted to talk about how GTM server and server-side tracking overall improved all the processes for us on implementation, how we improved also the privacy of all the tracking that we do. So basically, why should we consider, or everyone here should consider server-side tracking? So it's an environment that we own, that we control, and it's installed on a platform that you also own in this case. You basically need a Docker container that can run either a Cloud Run instance or pretty much you install it on whatever cloud you want in this case. So improvements on client and browser performance, basically the data streams that you had previously, because everything traveled by HTTP request to each one of the vendors. Now you remove that load from the browser and it's done by the server instead. So then also removes redundancy. Remember, every time you click on you had a conversion pixel on the add to cart button or whatever. Whenever you click on that, it's not just the Google Analytics request, but it's also the Facebook pixel, the Google Ads pixel, or whatever you have installed in there tracking that conversion, pretty much sends an HTTP request to that vendor. So you remove that redundancy because you are sending just one request to the server. Then user privacy and security. Of course, you are removing potential user information leaks. You don't have the script of the vendor running anymore, so it's not a black box to you how that script is actually running. And then vendors only receive the data you actually decide to send to them. If you want to send to Facebook just the IP address or the hashed email or whatever you want to send to them, you decide to send them that or not. And more about this, data enrichment, you pretty much can just add extra information from your CRM, from your internal APIs to that data that you're sending to the vendors before posting that to them, and all without placing the burden on the device or the browser. So that's one thing. And also very secure, because in the end, those keys or that communication between your internal platform and GTM server is not exposed to the browser in that case. And the data is collected on a first-party basis, so you can set up, again, cookies on a first-party, HTTP-only cookies and stuff like that. You also can circumvent ad blockers in a certain way, depending on whatever your implementation is. I will enter into this a bit later, but basically the requests are made from your own domain and not to a third-party one. So that's pretty much why we should consider. Many reasons. So let's just recap how client-side tracking works for anyone that is not very familiar. But basically you have a web server, serves a content, in this case the HelloFresh site. If you land in there, you get some content, you interact with it. Whenever you interact with it, you either have a CSX selector or a data layer push being triggered by Google Tag Manager in this case. And Tag Manager, based on whatever rules you have there, it returns some tags to your browser, in this case, let's say Facebook, Google Ads, Google Analytics, and that pretty much what it does is execute that JavaScript and send the data back to each one of those vendors. Pretty simple, right? So it's just, that's how it works. And this is how the redundancy that I was talking before plays a role. So you are actually sending 3 requests to 3 different people whenever you click on something. And this is just 3 tags, but if I had 10, it's 10 requests, and so on. So how server-side tracking works in this case. Server-side tracking, similarly, you get some content on your browser. What happens now is that instead of sending the data to each one of the vendors, you send that request only to your server with whatever data that you have on that event. Let's say you have the category, action, label, whatever. And then on GTM server, you have certain triggers. And those triggers, basically what they do is actually execute API connections, HTTP requests to each one of those vendors that you might have. So yeah, that's pretty much overall how it works. So knowing this, oh, it went out of the. Let's go back here. Super sorry about that. Okay, so what we wanted to do with our events and with our implementation. So like this phrase say here, we wanted one container to rule everything, one data layer push to find them, one tag to bring them all, and Google Cloud bind them. So we actually mentioned this to a colleague of ours, and he's pursuing an interesting career in writing short stories. So anyway, so the idea is that this was our premise here. The premise was that we needed a central point to control all of our tagging. So what did we need to do that? So we need a cloud server infrastructure capable of handling at least 1,000 hits per second. We record over 3 billion events per month in HelloFresh globally, so it's something that we needed to scale up at that point. And the second part was that the servers needed to be located either inside the country that we are tracking or that we are serving the content to, and near one of those 16 countries that we serve. So as of June 2022, that might grow in the future. So main reasons for this: low latency, GDPR compliance, of course, everything that you're hearing about, all of these issues with sending data back to the US and so on. And of course, by reducing network egress costs on Google Cloud Platform. The longer, the farther away, the more it will cost to you to send data to a user that maybe it's in Australia, but you're sending data from Germany. So it's better for them to be at least in the same region. So yeah, that's the second thing we needed to do. The third thing, and this stopped working. So the third thing was a way to do all of our tagging implementation, universal analytics GA for marketing vendors and so on, basically on a single server container. And I will explain how we achieve that in that case. Pretty much we wanted to centralize and standardize all the implementations that we have. Not that one person was installing the Facebook pixel in one way in one country, then another analyst was, or another engineer was installing in another way in another country. So we wanted to have pretty much parity between all of them. And fourth, basically start implementing all the marketing vendors tracking through APIs, through server-side tracking. And this is also important, serve both the Google Tag Manager client script from our server and the GTag also from our server too. And I will explain later how we actually achieved that. So these were the 5 points that we needed. So what did we do for each one of those? So for the server infrastructure, we ended up using App Engine. We started this about in April last year. So it was the only way to do it back then. Now you have the option of Cloud Run, of course, but pretty much App Engine, yeah, is easier to configure. It's the default configuration right now in GTM server, and it's auto-scalable. So up to whatever instances you set up, you say 100, 1,000, pretty much you can set up whatever you want. And it's relatively cheap. It's about $40 per month per App Engine instance. We have about 100 running at any single time. That's the bare minimum that we have. Of course, it scales up to a certain point. We have rules to scale up to 4 times that, depending on the country specifically. Also, if we know that marketing is going to have like a huge TV campaign or something, we scale up even bigger. But yeah, pretty much it's very flexible. And we have alerts telling us if we are reaching that level. So for the second part, yeah, we actually have servers in different regions. So the downside of App Engine in this case is that it's not available in every region that Google Cloud has. So basically, what we do is just between these 8 regions that are listed here, we put the traffic depending on how close it is to the country. So we have servers in Montreal, in Iowa, Tokyo, Sydney, London, Brussels, and Frankfurt. For Europe, it's mostly based on Brussels and Frankfurt, but yeah, it really depends on your setup. So for the third thing, and this is the geeky part, so what we did is, so we wanted to have everything set up in the same container. So there are many parts to this. The first thing is we actually built our own data templates in GTM client side. So we actually send the request to the server, but in a way that we control. In this case, we control, I quote, because it's actually measurement protocol v1, a request that we send to the server. So in GTM server, basically, we have those standard requests, and the clients trigger the tags for Universal Analytics, GA4, and so on. So, and different vendors. What we do is whenever there is a data layer push on the client, all our events are triggered by a data layer push that happens on the site. Google Tag Manager on the client reads that data layer push, and what it does is, with our tag template, it sends a measurement protocol v1 to GTM server. I will explain later why we didn't use the Google solution for that, but there is a reason for that. And of course, we respect whatever happens with the consent of the user. So if you didn't consent to be tracked, pretty much that measurement protocol v1 request doesn't even leave the browser. So it's not track the user at all. So why didn't we use the built-in measurement protocol client on the server? So actually, there is a reason for that. There is a measurement protocol client there, but we needed something specific. I always kid about that because Simo said so, but it's actually pretty much what happens is that the built-in client doesn't support sending responses back to the browser, okay? Because it's designed just for a communication between two servers, nothing else. What we needed to do is something on the server, replying back with cookies, first-party cookies that we wanted to set up and stuff like that, depending on whatever tags were triggered for that. So in this case, well, we got the seal of approval from Simo for that. But yeah, it's pretty much what we do. And then on the client side, you might be asking why we didn't use the transport URL from the GA4 tag that you might have, or even the Google Analytics tab that we have. Actually, so there are many answers to this, but the simple one of our requirements was to not load any GA scripts on the site. So that was this is the most basic one. The second one is, even if you use that tag and put a custom URL like this, a custom domain, there are parts of that request that the tag does that are still triggered by ad blockers. So if you have an ad blocker, even if you have a custom domain, there are parts to that request that are going to be recognized by it. So it gets blocked in that. So yeah, and we like the challenge, of course. So it's part of of what we do in the end. And this is the main thing. So what we do now is we have this single container. It's a single ID, pretty much. And we have whenever you configure Google Tag Manager server, it gives you a container configuration. And what we do is on every single GCP project, we put this exact same configuration there. It's the exact same ID. It will all read from the same container, and all of them will have the exact same logic and basically everything that you do, all the tags, all the variables, all the templates, and so on. So yeah, that's pretty much it. And whenever we need to test something, we pretty much just change the URL of the container in that case, if we need to debug. The fourth part is marketing vendors tracking on the server side. We wanted to build our own server tag templates. Back then there weren't many in the gallery, so we need to actually build most of them, like Facebook connections and TikTok, and we have plenty of them actually. So the thing is, except for Google Ads, which has this logic that sends back this pixel from server, basically, that sends back again a third-party request to the browser, but that's another issue. So except for that, we pretty much connect to every single marketing API that we have. and we build the templates in a really generic way. So the way we do this, I will explain later, but pretty much we build them generically so we can reuse them and we don't need to create one tag for each one of the countries. Basically, we use a lookup table, but I will go further into that. And we put some specific focus on and personal information. So if we are in Europe, we redact, for example, the email address. We don't send it at all. We don't even hash it. We just ignore that data. And the IP address, instead of anonymizing it in GA, we actually do what GA does. We just remove the last octet and substitute it with a 0 in the end. So again, back to this. We build the templates that we use in a generic way. So basically, depending on the request where it comes from, we have, for example, for the Facebook pixel ID, we have a lookup table, and we pretty much just, whenever we need to implement a new country, we just need to give that new ID. We don't need to do anything else. All the tags are already created for the purchase, for whatever funnel steps that you have. So this is pretty much what we do, the magic of lookup tables. And we have not just IDs for pixels, but currency, access tokens, API IDs, and stuff like that. So yeah. And the fifth and last one was about serving both GTM scripts and GTAG scripts from a custom URL. So what we do here, actually, is based on this template from the GTM loader template that Simo built, we actually modified that one, and we are actually loading also GTAG from that. The main idea, the main good thing about this is that you actually can override the request path. So you don't have the typical GTM.js that gets blocked by an ad blocker. You don't even need to even put the ID of the container in that, because pretty much you decide directly on the server. You override the container ID, okay? And then we have a lookup table, basically. If the request came from hellofresh.com, hellofresh.de, we pretty much just override that and put the real ID that we need. We don't even need the ID. That's it. That's my point, really. But yeah, pretty much we customize the URL for that. And some numbers for you to have. This is for HelloFresh as a brand only. We also have the other brands, but from 16 containers that we had, well, we still have them because, of course, some vendors still don't support server-side tagging. You still need their scripts. But from those 16 to just 2 global ones, one on the server, one on the client, we had about 150 Facebook browser tags, for example, and now we only have 9, basically one for each one of the events that we actually capture. So it's 9 tags that you need to maintain, and that's it, and some lookup tables. That's all that we need. TikTok, pretty much the same. So far we have removed about 500, 600 tags. Actually, the latest figure, I think, in the last cleanup, we reached about 600 tags removed from the browser. So that's a huge figure for sure. So this is the interesting part. There are downsides, there are good things about it. Some improvements or benefits pretty much is the improvements on loading times on the browser. Of course, the more tags you remove, the better it will run. Drastic reduction on implementation times. Basically, now it's a click away from adding a pixel ID for a new country. Then we have noticeable improvement in number of conversions. Of course, we are circumventing sometimes ad blockers in that case. So in the worst of the cases, we actually saw an uplift of 6% on the data that we were capturing. Depending on the country, was more. But basically what we were doing, we set up a test, for example, for GA, where we were sending the data both from the client and the server to different properties, set up in the same way. And we noticed how much that data was varying for sure. And GDPR compliance and protection of user privacy, you have more control on that. You are more compliant, maybe not completely compliant, depending on which European country you are in. But pretty much, at least you are better than most people or most other companies. So downsides, cost of cloud infrastructure. yes, it's $40 per one, but it can scale up pretty quickly the more you have. So it's about 4,000 euros for us per month just in GTM server costs. But I mean, we are a big service and we can pay for it for sure. So added maintenance of time of the template tags whenever an API changes, monitoring of server resources. If a server is down, pretty much you need to be aware that that happened, and that brings the next point, which is a single point of failure. So if the server fails, none of the vendors get any data. Or if you introduce a bug in the Facebook template or the TikTok template, then you don't get data for any of the countries. So that's the biggest downside. Of course, this doesn't happen as often to be that big, but it can happen. And the big thing that I always am really proud about is that this was done with pretty much 4 people so far. One of them is actually here, but I always tell this, is GTM server, at least well implemented like this, allows you to have a small team that can handle all of these requests and pretty much do the work that you need for all of this size of scale with just 4 people. So yeah, that's pretty much what we wanted to share with you. Thank you. So any questions? Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. 2 things. So right now, the Universal Analytics will sunset. How do you translate this Google Analytics 4? Because a lot of instructors are not similar. That's 1. 2, you said that your conversion rate has gone up. How do you measure that comparison to the fact that the consent mode, I think you're becoming, so to say, API compliant, but in Germany it's not.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we usually have to terminate it for our accounts. There's a consent mode, and then yes, to a certain extent you control it, but you have less insight about your user level, site level. Then how do you measure the quality of the conversions?
Okay, so there are three questions there. So the first one is, we didn't mention conversion rate. Actually, was raw amount of conversions that went up, because conversion rate actually pretty much went stable because the amount of users were actually bigger now, because you have users that weren't tracked before and pretty much were either bots or people that didn't convert. So the conversion rate didn't actually go up. It was more the raw amount of conversions that we have compared to, yeah, basically we compare the data that we have in data warehouse, because those we store. We know how many purchases there were in the backend, but then in GA, we had a lag. We always had a difference between those numbers. So we were comparing those.
Difficult to work with that?
No, actually, like most people are aware that there are those differences, and pretty much what they do is just measure the trends of what's going on. So we don't, with the data from GA, they don't really give business numbers.
But
Yeah.
that's actually my point.
Yeah.
You put it so well. So you go through this whole thing with the server-side tracking just to get a, somewhat.
It's the thing is, it's much closer now. So the difference now between the backend and the GA data is about 1-2% what we have now. So the people pretty much live with it and they know that's going on. Also, we have the GDPR. We cannot track those users sometimes. So actually in Germany it can go up to 15% of the conversions that we might be losing in GA versus that. But that's the thing. They are aware. They just study the trend of what's going on with the campaign overall. But yeah, they don't look at the figure for reporting to the business from GA. They just look at it more as a reporting. Okay, the campaign is actually doing fine. And you have.
The second question was the GA4 migration.
Yeah, GA4 migration. Well, that's a whole another topic in itself. So we have around 3,000 events being measured across all the platforms. We actually had to build in. More than rebuild. The thing is, we were pretty well set up already, because all our events are already in the data layer format. So they just have a category action label. What we needed to do is actually give a name. We needed to give a name to each one of those. We actually did, and that was like a 2-month really intensive with a spreadsheet this size and separating the parameters that we were concatenating in action labels and all of that. So yeah, we are migrating to that. Eventually, we already have the G tag pretty much configured, so it's sending data to GA4. But yeah, it's there. And for example, for Google Ads, yeah, for the Google Ads tag, we rely on the purchase that comes from the GA4 tag in this case. Yeah, but yeah, we are on it. Any other questions? Oh, sorry. CloudFront. Cloud Run. Like I said at the beginning, it was, so we started in April last year already doing this, and it was the only option back then. So we are going to move eventually to Cloud Run. We need to do some changes around also because, like I mentioned, it's going to be better for us in the long run because we need, Cloud Run is actually available in all the regions, and App Engine is just in a few of them. So yeah, we eventually are going to do it, but right now App Engine is good enough.
Can I leave one comment on the Cloud Run, please?
Yep.
That might be exciting for all. The way we are approaching the App Engine setup, native within the server container, that's going to happen for Cloud Run as well.
Okay.
So you get the choice, native integration to set up.
Eventually to do both. Okay, that's actually a good thing. But yeah, it's pretty much that's the initial reason that we had.
So why did you go with the measurement protocol format in the first place? Why didn't you just enhance the data layer push if the data needed and push a JSON instead?
So yeah, the thing is we wanted to use something that we were familiar in the beginning. So we used the measurement protocol. So we could actually feed directly with. So our idea initially was to use the measurement protocol client on the server side. So that's why we started with the measurement protocol v1. Then we realized this cookie thing that we couldn't set anything back to the browser. And then we pretty much just, I mean, I say we built a client, but it's pretty much a very basic, it's 10 lines of JavaScript basically to just simulate what the measurement protocol client is doing and just giving back, like setting up the headers for the cookies that the tags put in place. But yeah, it's more because it's the familiar part of it. We didn't want to go out of that setup. It was just easier, if I may be honest about it. Maybe I'm being too honest, but yeah, it's just that. We wanted something that we were familiar with. We were already having some kind of hybrid server setup in the beginning. We were experimenting actually sending first the data to a cloud function, and that cloud function was just sending, basically forwarding that measurement protocol to Google Analytics itself. So we started with that, and we wanted to continue with that without any further development. But yeah, eventually you could just do an HTTP request with some JSON or whatever format you want in the body, and then interpret that on the server if you will. Okay. But you need a specific client that receives that information. Yeah.
So this is more basic question. If someone would have to do that, what's the list of basic knowledge that they would have to master to get there?
Okay, so knowledge that you need to have in order to implement this stuff. A lot of cloud platform knowledge, especially if you want to set up like DNSs, and you need to know that you need to point your subdomain that you're using for your tracking server. You need to communicate that to all your IT. So that's one thing. A lot of JavaScript for sure. If you want to write templates that are your own. A lot of knowledge about how to do HTTP requests, connecting to APIs, authentication. So yeah, it's knowledge that, yeah, I mean, it's knowledge that you probably, I mean, in my case, I have been working with all of this stuff for 20 years, or almost 20 years. And I have gone through it, but yeah, it's something that you might need to learn for sure. At the very basic is stuff about GTM, server installing on App Engine or Cloud Run, JavaScript, how DNSs work, and how to configure like the networking internally in Google Cloud Platform, pretty much. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't give you an easy answer for.
Yes, there's never an easy answer.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and hopefully it was useful. Stop sharing.
I missed the beginning. Is
Yeah.
there a chance to get your presentation?
you here for the session or just to hang out? Because if you're here for the session, I can either put on the mic so you can hear me, or you can come in closer. We're going to have a discussion too. It's going to be hopefully a short presentation, and then we can dive into a discussion. No? Microphone or no microphone? No microphone. Yeah, do you want to join or you want to hang out in the back? Come on, join us, join us. We'll have a good discussion. Okay, how many of you have seen the show The Good Place? Okay. Oh, good. Most of you. For those of you who have not seen the show, I highly, highly recommend it. It's not required for the presentation, but overall, it's a really cool show. So what I'm going to talk about today, and hopefully then dive into a discussion, is basically finding your good place. I would completely admit that this was a presentation that I had actually created for another MeasureCamp, now almost a year and a half ago, right after I went through kind of like quite bumpy experience at the end of my previous job. I basically had a manager who I did not know that people can hate people that much, but I hated him that much by the end. And I really kind of tried to go in and find what is the best thing for me in part of my next job. So after I found my good place for a while, I would say that I just, let's talk a little bit about me. Oh, where is that? Let's talk about a little bit about me. For some of you who were in my previous presentation, I'm currently a title of World Explorer because I just quit my job and I am doing a very extended sabbatical. But prior to that, I was leading the customer success analytics team at DocuSign. And that was my good place for a while. Outside of that, just for a little bit more background for me, I have 20 plus experience in design, engineering, and analytics. I know I was probably one of the few people that raised their hand in the beginning about 20 plus years, and now I feel really, really old. But I'm trying to get past that. So on the bottom is kind of my timeline. I went to design school, then I worked for Leapfrog, Autodesk, DocuSign for a while. In the middle of my work at Autodesk, I also started organizing MeasureCamp San Francisco. I have my t-shirt on. So I'm always really excited to come up to these events. Now, let's talk about the good place. As I mentioned, I moved to my good place for a while. Now, hopefully, I'm moving to my new good place. We'll see what that is after my sabbatical. But the first point I wanted to make, and for a lot of you who are here, you are probably here because also your companies are hiring and they sent you here to scout for people. Or you might be here because you're tired of your job and you are trying to get hired somewhere else. The good news is that, and this is some analysis that were done by Fivetran a while back, 71% of all companies are hiring. By now, it's probably more like 95% based on the job market out there. But also 13% of the companies surveyed at that time were hiring for 10 plus analysts, meaning there is a lot more, not just individual companies hiring, but companies hiring more than one person at the same time. For those of you who were in the industry for a while, you were usually the only person on the team. But now the reality is that you're not alone anymore. You have a lot more coworkers that are in analytics. You have a lot more teams that are growing and have more analysts or other jobs related to analytics in the same place. What does that mean for you or for anyone who is working within the company is that, oh, before that, a couple of other points from that analysis. 16% of legal teams were hiring for data. And that was more to just illustrate that it's not just about the standard marketing or digital analytics. A lot more teams are hiring for analysis as well, like legal. There was somebody that had a presentation talking about people analytics in HR. There is a lot more groups that are paying attention to analytics and looking for people to do analysis. The other data point for that same analysis was that 15% of all different groups are using 50 plus data sources. So if you're working in a larger company, that would not be a surprise to you. What that means is a lot more infrastructure, a lot more data ingestion, a lot more data transformation, a lot more of everything related to data. So what does this mean to you? Is you have a choice. You have a choice of what do you actually want to do as part of the analytics landscape. I do want to go quickly through some of this, and I'm not saying that this is all the answers that there are, but I want to go quickly through two separate sections. One is around analysis and engineering, and the other one is a little bit more about the product and management side of analytics. And then I want to dive in a little bit more into a discussion of what does that mean for you? What does that mean for the people you're hiring? What does that mean for the people that might be looking to switch, or for people that might not really be happy in their particular job? I split the different positions that are within analytics that are possible into two separate sections. The first one is about analysis and engineering. And the first job is the standard analyst. It's like every single job posting that you see, it's kind of like, oh, an analyst. Or data scientists, depending on the company. I don't know how it's in Europe, but in the US, a lot of companies just call now everyone data scientists, which is weird because they're not. But you have that standard analyst title, which really is focused on, around interpreting data and provide insights. You also have data scientists, which are supposed to be working on the predictive and prescriptive analytics. Ideally, they should be working on actual machine learning models and not worrying about data processing and data cleanup, although that's in pretty much every company, they are doing some kind of, some part of that. You have data engineers, really focusing on data infrastructure and data sets. Data architects, again, as you go grow larger and larger into the companies, you would have dedicated data architects that they are only worried about the architecture and the management, the high-level view of the infrastructure and how things fit together. But then we can go beyond the analysis and engineering side and dive into the little bit more management side of the roles that are available within analytics. Product manager. How many? Is anyone here a product manager? Somebody in the back. But product manager, a standard title usually in product development. That is the person that is really responsible for strategic planning and how you're executing on the deliverables. There is a lot more companies that are now providing data products, and in a lot of cases, bringing that product management skills into the data products becomes very relevant and very beneficial to the process. Project management. How many of you have project managers on your teams? Okay. How many of you wish they had project managers on your teams? Only one person? Oh my God. If you have a good project manager, the one that knows data, believe me, you don't want a project manager that did not deal with data. You want a project manager that knew about data. If you have a project manager, they can save a lot of headache for you. They can facilitate a lot of the execution and allow you as an analyst or a data engineer or a data scientist to focus on your work instead of doing scheduling and tracking. Program manager. How many of you have program managers on your teams? Nobody. Again, the larger companies you go, the program managers can be very beneficial in managing the cross-functional projects that are going within the enterprises. And they can be very invaluable, again, if they have some data experience. And finally, some companies, you might probably see that more in right now in the analytics providers like Adobe and Google. They have the titles of evangelists, right? Those are the people that are doing the outreach out there and helping people go through the challenges of implementing analytics. Those are kind of the high-level different roles that I kind of want to put out there. And start a little bit more of a discussion after a couple of more slides that just kind of wrap it up. But really, my biggest message here is there's a lot more out there available for anyone that might want to experience. If you're really, really fascinated with infrastructure, go and be a data engineer, or go and be an architect. Or if you find yourself really fascinated with the world of project management, but at the same time have some experience in data, think about actually going into that space, because you can be very, very valuable for the teams that would accept you as a project manager. So I want you to think about having that thought of like, you don't just have to be an analyst or a data scientist. You can move in other areas and explore that world, so you can hopefully find a place that more fits what you would like to do and what you feel good about doing. You don't have to sit and run SQL queries all day, or you don't have to sit and like write Python scripts and do infrastructure all day. You can work in other areas within the organizations where your other skills would be valuable as well. A couple of more slides just to wrap up more from my perspective on being in those roles, either in the engineering side and analytics, or in more the product management side. The two biggest benefits that you can bring are curiosity and business acumen. And this is true for both engineering and more kind of product-facing roles. For me, in analytics, those are the two things that always help you be better and be more valuable to the business. And I know that every single one in here, person in here actually possesses that and brings that to the table. Another point, do not be afraid to reset. If you're in engineering right now, but you really want to be in product management, explore that option. There's a lot of companies that now are starting to actually have titles that are like, hey, data product manager, or data project manager, or program manager. Those are places that even if you do not have specific product experience, but if you have a lot of data experience, would be happy to have you if you can demonstrate that you have some knowledge of the process and you can demonstrate that you can be valuable for the teams. This was more of a personal slide for me at that time, know when it's time, because I knew that I had to move and I knew that I had to change. For a little bit of background, I left my previous job at Autodesk. I was a product manager. I was a little bit more in data collection and kind of the acquisition side of things. And I moved to DocuSign to be on the customer success side. And for me, that move was my happy place. I really, really enjoyed that, but it took me knowing that like, hey, you know what, I'm done. I'm done with the acquisition side. I am done with managing data pipelines. I want to go into insights and I want to work with the business. That was a personal decision, and it also needs to be a personal decision for you in order to have a much more meaningful transition, and frankly, in order to find happiness in the next position. The whole presentation for me was very much of a transition experience, so like that's why I probably have a lot of philosophical slants to it. But I think that right now it's a perfect opportunity to do any of these transitions, because a lot of companies are hiring. A lot of companies need that talent, and they are starving enough that you can go and have that opportunity, even if you don't have the full experience of the background for any of the positions. So 3 points for me: find your passion, all of your skills are relevant, and look beyond the analyst title. So when you're looking for job positions, don't just look for like, oh, you're the analyst, or hey, you're like the data engineer. Look for what in the job description looks like it's interesting. Because the other thing that even me as a hiring manager, I would say we do horribly is actually putting the right title in the job descriptions. We do probably a little bit better job of the job description itself, but even that oftentimes is not very accurate. In some cases, not at all accurate. So with that, I wanted to dive in a little bit more actually as a discussion and talk about your experience of like, what is your title now? And is there a new title that you want to go to? Who wants to be brave enough first and say like, well, first let's start with a raise of hands. Are you at the title that you want to be at? Okay, only half of the population, okay. So who wants to volunteer of like what is your current title and what you would like to do? Come on, be brave. I'm not gonna call names, yeah.
My current role is like technical implementation analyst, so it's more like getting the analytics on the website, making sure everything's tracked correctly. And while it's what I've been doing for 8-9 years now, I'm sort of thinking about product analytics, or becoming a product manager and using the data instead of just providing the insights, actually taking the insights and using them on
So
a roadmap.
I'll summarize for the recording, but you're basically a technical implementation specialist and you want to really move to product analytics and product management for product analytics. I think that you'll be a great product manager, and let me tell you why. I actually had somebody on my team that came more from that side of things, like same technical implementation specialist. They hated it. And to be fair, they became an analyst, very business-facing analyst. And as part of that, because I knew that they did some implementation work, I made them do a couple of implementation projects. But it was invaluable from the perspective that you actually know the nitty-gritty of everything that goes in it. So as a product manager and creating a product out of an analytics and creating a product, you can actually ask for implementations that are also meaningful for analysis. A lot of the problems that I usually see in product analytics is that a lot of the people that get in product analytics come from BI backgrounds and not from implementation backgrounds, and they do not understand what it takes to do the implementation. So I would say look for something that is from that perspective. If it's something that's not available within your job, try and look at another place. Yeah. And also, I don't know if for 8-9 years you were in the same company. Okay, good. I was in one of my companies for 12 years. That's too long. Don't ever do that. But I think it's good to change that. But I think that you have a lot of things that you can highlight as part of your resume that bring up that knowledge of implementation and product. Just make sure that you slant your resume not towards implementation. What you need to slant your resume towards is how the implementation impacted the business, because then that shows that you as a product manager can actually understand how ultimately it impacts your business. Because as a product manager, you ideally want to make it better for the business. Yeah, we talk about making it better for the users, but eventually it's all about to make it better for the business. So slant your resume of, because I knew how to do this, the business benefited this way. Who else?
I'm coming from a bit of a different perspective. So I'm in a position where I'm able to bring consultants on and to basically delegate work to them. And some of the existing consultants, I think I've been asking questions like, what are you working on at the moment that you really enjoy? What are you not liking? What do you eventually want to be doing? And sometimes the answers are, don't know. I don't know I don't know how I could apply my existing skill set to other areas of this industry that could be quite useful. So even just what you were saying there with the potential of shifting from, technical implementation to a product manager, I hope that I can continue to learn a bit more about other potential roles so that I can maybe say, well, have you thought about So
Yeah.
I think like if I'm able to assist in guiding someone through their career, and also potentially if I know that they want to do a certain type of work, to then focus on bringing on more clients that provide the opportunity to do that, instead of just bringing work on and saying, do this because that's the only work that's available. So I don't know, it seems like a challenging part, but I'll hopefully see if I can do that.
So to summarize again for the little button thingy, you work with a lot of consultants, and oftentimes they do not know what they want to do next in their career.
Not a ton of them, but some.
Yeah, some of them might know, and yeah, some people do know what they want to do in their career, although they might not always be right. So kind of like you're struggling more with how do you actually get that out of them, or how do you actually direct them into the direction that will be good for them?
Yeah, I think if they're happy with what their role is and what they're learning and what they're being exposed to, then there's a high chance of them staying with the company
Yeah.
and continuing to work and being happy. So I think like if I can support the direction they want to go,
Yeah.
then it's ideal.
No, definitely in the presentation I did earlier, one of my slides was make your job, don't take your job, because my philosophy is that you should always work to create the job that you want to do instead of just waiting for somebody to give it to you. But as leadership and as a manager, it's your job also to try and direct people, because yes, sometimes people do not know what they want to do. And for me, even when people have said what they want to do ideally, it has always, I felt, was my responsibility to also give them alternatives based on what I see they kind of perform better in. So if somebody comes and tells me like, oh, I'm really thinking about doing data science, but actually their technical skills are not that great, but they have amazing, amazing people skills, it's about redirecting and having the conversation of like, well, have you thought about doing this? Because you're really, really great at this with some examples. Oftentimes I have found that people don't even think about that. They're like, it kind of comes more as it's a second nature for them, that they're good in the people skills. They don't even consider that that's a possibility for a career path. And it's our jobs as managers to actually see that and tell them, or at least make them aware. Ultimately, you also want to give person a choice, because they might really want to be a data scientist, but finding like what everyone is good at and trying to encourage it and actually telling them that that's there is very, very important, because people do not know it. Yeah. So I would encourage you to continue telling people, but also tell them you're really good at this. I mean, you probably don't want to tell them, it's like, yeah, you're not going to be a very good data scientist, but I guess figure out to tell them that without telling them that.
Encouraging other people.
Yes. Yeah. Anyone else want to share what they're currently at and what they would want to go to?
So I am currently okay where I'm at, but I'm also a technical web analyst. And for now, it's good. So in my company, we actually don't do just implementation. We really, as a technical web analyst, we have to follow all of it. So you start from really like putting the tag to managing the data. You have to clean it a bit, and we also technically give the insight. At the same time, I feel like how I should know now where or what do I want to grow into, right? Because you don't want to stay in the same position or place all the time. And I've been at the company for like not too much, but like almost a year and a half. So it's always like 3 years is coming up, and 3 years seems to be like the real.
So it's 3 years in Europe, it's 2 years in the United States. So.
Yes, it's like I'm always like, so what should be best now? There's also, I feel like, space for me in the company I'm now to try to move to better projects or present other things that I might be able to steer to if I want to do them. They're, welcoming suggestions and proposals and everything. So I'm always like, should I maybe like, okay, let's commit to maybe staying a little longer, 5 years, but push in a certain direction, or trying to grow into a certain direction, or just, just look what's out there and just move again, move over.
So to summarize, the struggle is really around like, okay, you're not really sure what you should do. Should you commit yourself to the job because there might be opportunities, and but at the same time you can be looking out there. My recommendation is always look. You should always look out there, mainly because there might be something that comes to you that is like, oh my God, I've wanted to do this my whole life, even if you didn't know it. Like when I got my job in customer success, I totally was not looking for a job at customer success. But actually, my hiring manager convinced me like that is the role that I wanted. I was even not applying for that kind of role at all. But it kind of just came, and it was something like, oh my God, yes, I really want to do that. But you should always be looking, and you should not set time frames. Do not say like, oh, I should commit to 5 years. What if you're miserable for 2? Like, no, you shouldn't do that. You should just go and say like, hey, you know what? I want to do X. So if you want to do more analysis or work on more strategic projects, and if the company responds not positively to that, you should go and just say like, hey, I'm gonna go. That's it. Do not put yourself into a situation where you're staying just because you have to stay. And again, right now, everyone is hiring. Nobody's gonna care that you're in a company for only a year and a half, unless that was your track for the last 5 jobs. At that point, like me as a hiring manager, I'm gonna be like, okay, year and a half, year and a half, year and a half, I'll only have that person for a year and a half. But if you have a good reason of why, because you are going to a place where you want to be, you should go for what makes you happy. I think we're at time. 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes. Any questions? Any thoughts?
Well, we were talking about time, and then is there a time where like, okay, this is too long then?
I think that there is no such thing as too long unless when that thing did not show progression in titles. So I was at my previous company for 12 years, not previous, but previous company, and at that time I changed titles 4 or 5 times. And it was a progression of moving up. At that point, it's okay. The only thing that I think is a problem sometimes is if you are in a very old-fashioned company and you've stayed there for 15, 20 years, there might be more perception of like, yeah, that company is moving too slow. It's not in our world, and that will be a problem. Cool. Thank you for the discussion.